So welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. We have a visiting artist in the hot shop today. Her name is Cheryl Derricotte. And she's the one up closest to us in the front right here. Everyone else is basically just supporting her and creating the work that we're seeing today. And Cheryl has had this residency since Wednesday. So we have a variety of pieces that were already made and are out on display up on the front tables and pedestals. These were all made from Wednesday, probably Thursday. And we are making a very complicated piece of glass right now. We're about to get started on the scissors. We already have a lot of the components made for it. And we're just going to start putting them together pretty soon, which is the scariest part I want to mention. So these pieces, I want to give you a little bit of background information on them. Cheryl got started on these about a year ago here at the Museum of Glass, and she won the Coney Choice Award, Artist Choice Coney Award, for the 2024 Red Hot auction. So there's an auction we have every year. Various artists will put their work into it, and she won an award to return to the Museum of Glass and continue making her work. And this work specifically is going to be a portrait series, and this is about Sally Hemings. Now, Sally Hemings was an enslaved woman who was the mother of 6 of U.S. President Thomas Jefferson's children, and there were no portraits, there were no drawings of Sally Hemings, and so these are supposed to represent Sally Hemings and be a kind of a metaphorical portrait of her. And we have a ton of these pieces. This is even more than what was made last year. And all together, they're going to be displayed eventually. It's still kind of to be determined, but Cheryl wants to photograph them before they even go anywhere. Oh, and right here, we've just attached another pipe with a little bit of clear as an attachment point to the end of the scissors. So this is a really hot connection, so this is a pretty safe connection. Later on, once we have all these components assembled, it's going to be a little bit scarier than it is right now. We're carving in a divot into this connection to make it easier to break off later on. And next we break this entire piece of glass off of its original pipe. And this is done with just a little bit of water and then a tap of the pipe, and it should just pop right off. So now we have the blades of our scissors done, and we've already made the kind of round parts of our handles. We're just keeping them warm inside of the garage, which is this large silver box right here. It keeps all of the glass we put inside of it at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which prevents thermal shock. And I know a ton of new people just joined in, so I just want to share once again, we have Cheryl Derricotte in our hot shop today, and she's the one who's closest to us up in the front right here. She designed all these pieces that we're seeing during this residency. This is the last day of the residency, And I can't believe I haven't mentioned this yet, but we have an artist talk that's going to be happening at just about 1 p.m. when we kind of wrap up for lunch. Cheryl will be talking about her art and herself as an artist. And we are making a pair of scissors right now for those who have just joined in. So it's a really long, kind of heavy piece of glass, and because of this, it's a little bit more likely to break. Well, not a little bit, a lot more likely to break than other pieces of glass, making this piece high risk but high reward. It's really exciting to watch. And luckily, I have closed captioning on the screen, and luckily I have a video to show off a piece that they made during the last residency, and it was kind of an exciting close save video, so a little bit of anxiety, a little bit of excitement, and let's see that video now, please. And today we've been kind of having some issues with audio, so we'll see if they can hear me. I might have to reach out to them personally. Yeah, could we have the video from our last residency, that close save video? Thank you. Yeah, I know. I've been showing that off a few times today. It's just really crazy how it popped right off. And they were explaining it's because of the torque. It had been connected to another pipe, and then just twisting that cold connection the littlest bit caused it to pop right off. But luckily, Sarah was ready, and she was able to just catch it. Even though that connection was still super hot and it was really flopping around, they were able to save it. And hopefully that won't happen again, but if it does, these guys are pros. Yeah, we're just finishing up the blades of the scissors right here. Please feel free to ask any questions if anyone has any. Yeah, so I'll have to give a little introduction about the pieces again for the newcomers. So these are historical portrait series altogether, these pieces, and it's supposed to represent the life of Sally Hemings. And she was an enslaved woman who was the mother of 6 of U.S. President Thomas Jefferson's children. And the reason these pieces are being made is because there were no portraits, there were no drawings of Sally Hemings. And so this is a metaphorical or kind of visual portrait of Sally Hemings in a way. And yeah, Cheryl's been working on these for a couple of years at least. Once again, she got started on these last year around the same time of the year, I believe. And now she's back making more. And so Sally Hemings, she was a seamstress, and that's why you're seeing all these specific objects, the thimbles and the thread, and also some needles and irons, scissors. And they're all really impressive and fun to watch, aside from them just being really historically important and interesting. Could we have a view of them working at this station up in the front, please? So I don't know if I've quite pointed this out yet, but this is a piece of kiln shelf that we're using. And we are just using these two steel paddles to push against the glass and really force it into a more geometric shape. It's really hard to get glass to be geometric or sharp in any way because it wants to be round. It is a fluid in this state, and it's moving a lot like taffy or putty. So this is exactly how we added those lines into the sides of the scissors, kind of close to where the pipe is. We're using the jacks, which are two metal blades, to just push into the hot area of the glass. Oh yeah, and if anyone wants to, you can always come down into the front row and take a closer look at these pieces of glass, including the scissors, which we've already made over on your left of the hot shop on this table right here. Oh yeah, and interestingly enough, I'll point out we don't often wear gloves in the hot shop, but this is one of those moments where you will see someone wearing gloves whenever we have prolonged close proximity to the piece. There's so much heat radiating from the glass that we have to wear gloves, especially when sculpting. We're just really close to that piece of glass, and there's a lot of heat coming onto our skin. And another time is if the glass is so massively heavy that we need more grip on the pipe to be able to turn the pipe and keep the piece on center. So those are the two times you'll see us wear gloves usually. And we're just continuing to split this glass down the middle a little bit. Yeah, we'll start stretching these out. Now this is of course turning into the part of the handle that attaches to those loops where your fingers would be for the scissors. And eventually the area where the glass is connected to the pipe is going to be pulled and stretched out further to turn into the sharp points of the scissors blades. So we're really starting to get there. Yeah, so when we come in and set up the hot shop in the morning, we usually will turn the furnaces on maybe an hour or two before we get started. So they take a little while to heat up. And throughout the day, before a lot of you guys were in here, we were using both of our glory holes at the same time to make sure, well, not to make sure, we were using both of them at the same time to work on multiple components of the scissors at the same time. So we'll frequently need to like work on a punty over there or just another separate component that we'll bring over and attach together. So we'll have two on usually. I think the only time I've ever seen one on is when we're working on goblets because there's such small components that we can even just stick two pipes in there at the same time if we're careful. But yeah. So it looks like we're going with a little bit of a different style for these scissors this time. So with the one on the table here, the handles are pretty separate and the loops kind of attach the handles together. But this time we've attached the handles completely, and we'll probably add those loops on either side. So just a little bit of a different style of handle for this piece specifically. And for those who weren't in here earlier, I just want to point out one more time that inside of this large silver box called the garage, we have our loops for the handles already made. They're just sitting inside of there, staying warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So when we're ready, we could just start pulling them out one by one and attaching them to our piece. And everything for this piece is done very carefully. When we made those loops earlier, there are these kind of seams on the loops where we wrapped the glass around and connected the glass to itself. And those seams are going to be attached to the top of the handle area so that we can't really tell that there is a seam, or to kind of add to the appearance as if it was actually constructed. And I want to point out once again that about 1 p.m. or so, Cheryl Derricotte, our visiting artist, is going to be talking into the microphone about her work and about herself as an artist a little bit. So stick around and watch us finish this piece and then hear our artist talk about her work. Yeah, this is, I mean, we're getting pretty far at this point, but yeah, we still have multiple components to attach, and then we're going to stretch out the very end of it. So we have a little bit of a ways to go, but yeah, we're making a giant pair of scissors. And I don't think any of you guys have seen this video yet, but I have a video from the last residency where they had a close save with one of these scissors. And while we're seeing them make these scissors, I think it's kind of fun to continue showing that off. So could I have that video, please? So just kind of an intense moment, but the reason for showing that off today is just to show how difficult this piece is to make. And they were explaining when they attached that pipe, that hot connection, and they're trying to turn both pipes at the exact same time, the exact same rate and everything, and this was really difficult, so they ended up creating a little bit of torque, which twisted or broke the piece off of the pipe at that cold connection, but luckily they were able to save it. And so they have those scissors completed from the last residency. And yeah, hopefully we won't even have a close save for this pair of scissors, but that's something you kind of just have to wait and see. So for those who just joined in, if you didn't already know, we are working on a giant pair of scissors right now. And we do have an example right here, luckily. This was made over the past few days or so. This residency started on Wednesday. And the person who designed this piece of glass and is having the team make this piece of glass is Cheryl Derricotte. She's up in the front right here, closest to us. Now, these pieces of glass have a pretty large meaning behind them. These are supposed to be a historical portrait series, and it's highlighting Sally Hemings. She was a seamstress who was an enslaved woman, the mother of 6 of U.S. President Thomas Jefferson's children. And there were no portraits, there were no drawings of, there was no drawings, no portraits of this person. So we are creating some pieces of glass which are going to represent Sally Hemings, or kind of be a physical, metaphorical portrait of Sally Hemings. And that's why you see a variety of these very specific seamstress items. Sally Hemings was a seamstress herself, so we have irons, we have thimbles and needles and thread, and we will probably see even more variety like that later on, but we're starting with the scissors, which are the most intense piece out of the series. They're so long and they're so heavy that they're more likely to break than any of these other pieces of glass. So we'll have to see them finish this off and we can celebrate when they're done. But they have just pulled out one of the first loops of the handle, so we're going to start seeing them attach the rest of the components pretty soon. So to attach these two pieces together, we're going to heat up just the connection points with these small, sharp flames. Now these small torches are usually used for sculpting like we are right now. And this is because they get small areas of glass super hot super quickly. They run up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And we're just going to heat up those connections until they are totally malleable, probably in between the texture of taffy and honey, where they're just a little bit of movement. So they've just brought over that first loop. They've attached those two pieces together, and they'll do some light adjustments before breaking that secondary pipe off. Just making sure everything is super straight. And then going in with some water and breaking that second pipe away. So these moments are a little bit scary. If there's anything that's too cold, if there's any stress in the piece, then there could be broken connections and the piece could fall on the floor. So they're just trying to balance the heat, keep everything nice and warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit before they attach any pieces of glass. So we do have one more loop that we've made and set aside. We'll bring that out and attach that as well. These are two corkwood paddles that Gabe is using, by the way. He's just very lightly touching and adjusting the piece. So this is the only piece they've been working on so far today. So they started at about 10 a.m. And I would expect that it will probably take us till about lunchtime to finish this piece because it's noon and we still have another component to attach. And then we're also going to be stretching out this section that's attached to the pipe into our blades. So we're not going to be adding any more material to the end here. We're just going to be stretching out what we already have. And that is going to take a lot of heating and a lot of careful movements. Also, we've just brought over our second loop. Yeah, this is very carefully attached to make sure that it's symmetrical with that first loop created. And that second pipe is broken away as well. So now we have everything physically attached together. This is all the glass that we need for this project. We still have to stretch out those blades, but that is going to be kind of the last step for this piece. So we're getting relatively close. And I know a ton of people just entered, so I want to give another little overview, talk about what we have going on today in general. So this piece that is being made, this has been designed by our visiting artist, Cheryl Derricotte. And she's the one closest to us right here holding that torch. Everyone else is a full-time Hot Shop team member here at the Museum of Glass, and they support visiting artists that come through, like Cheryl. And Cheryl was actually here last year making these same items or very similar items for the same reasons. All of these pieces she's hoping to put on display eventually. Now these pieces all coming together are a historical portrait series illuminating the life of Sally Hemings, who was an enslaved woman, the mother of 6 of U.S. President Thomas Jefferson's children. And she was a seamstress, so all of these pieces are seamstress related. We have some irons, we have some thimbles and needles, and also some spools of thread, which are very satisfying to watch. So we just cut off that final little bit of clear on the handle. Now we just have to smooth these areas back out, make sure that it's ready for our very exciting, very anxiety-inducing connection that we'll be making with another pipe. We're going to be creating a 2-prong punty. And don't worry, I'll be able to explain this a little bit better in a moment using a video, actually. But 2-prong punty is as it sounds. So punty is basically a second pipe that we bring over and we attach to the piece in some sort of way to be able to break the piece off of its original pipe. So we're preparing that over on the left bench right now, I believe. And the 2 prongs are going to be on the end of the pipe and attached to the individual loops of the handles. So very complex connection, and we have to be really careful when breaking this piece off that the piece stays connected to that second pipe and the connection is not hot enough to continue moving like crazy, not cold enough to break at both spots. So we just have to be really careful. And I do want to show this video off one more time. And I want to mention real quick that Cheryl Derricotte, the person who is our visiting artist this week and who has designed these pieces, she is going to be having an artist talk pretty soon at about 1 p.m. when we finish our work and go off to lunch. So stick around after the piece. She's going to be talking about her work and herself as an artist. Now, could I have that video for a moment, please? So that video is up on the screen. You can see those 2-prong connections. So we'll be seeing that process pretty soon here. In that video, once again, that was from last year. Cheryl was here last year as well, making these same pieces, and that was a close save video. So they connected that pipe, those 2 prongs, and then the piece basically just snapped off of its old pipe. That connection was cold, it was probably stressed out a little bit, and all it took was a little bit of torque, and it just popped right off. But luckily, they were ready and they saved it, and it didn't fall on the floor. So, once again, just very exciting moment when we attach those prongs to the end of the piece. So we've just brought those two prongs over. And they stretch the prong enough to make that second connection. So now they're hoping to let this set up for just a moment and solidify a little bit. And now they're applying some water to that connection point. So it has been successfully broken off of that previous pipe. Honestly, let's give them a round of applause for finishing that part. So once again, that video that we saw earlier, this was that exact same process. And this time, they didn't even have to worry about it snapping off early, luckily. So they have this super long piece of glass. So they had to open up the doors all the way just in case it had any movement. They didn't want to tag the doors as they went in. And now they'll start working on the very end. They'll pull it out into those sharp points of the blades, and they'll be finished with this piece. Yeah, it's always scary breaking the piece off of its original pipe because any connections, if they cool down too much, the piece will break apart. So for the most part, they're just keeping the front of the piece inside of the glory hole, trying to heat it up. We don't want to alter anything else on the piece except for maybe the middle of the blades and down. And then we every now and then go in for a full flash. Flashing the piece is basically just keeping the piece warm overall. So Gabe has just started stretching this out. He's using a pair of diamond shears, which these are supposed to cut the glass usually, but he's using them to physically just grab onto the glass. And we still have these really fine details in the glass. We have these small divots all the way down the sides of the blades, which are supposed to be like the blades overlapping on top of each other. And by the way, if anyone wants to take a closer look, you could come down to the front of the audience and look at the scissors that we have here on this front table. They are pretty much the same. The handles are pretty different, honestly, but overall the techniques are the same. And just to reintroduce real quick our visiting artist, Cheryl Derricotte. She's the one who is standing by the doors of the furnace all the way in the back there. And everyone else, they are basically just supporting her and creating this work. They'll help any visiting artists that come through. They'll make items for the store. These guys are our Museum of Glass full-time hot shop team, our resident team. In this piece right now, you can already tell we're making a giant pair of scissors, just like we have on the front table here. All of these pieces that we have out are some pieces that were made over the past few days or so, since Wednesday. Cheryl has been in here during her residency making these various seamstress items. And the reason that these items are being made is specifically to represent Sally Hemings, who was an enslaved woman, the mother of 6 of U.S. President Thomas Jefferson's children. And there were no portraits, there were no drawings of Sally Hemings, and so this is going to represent her through objects. So this is kind of a, oh, what's the word? It's a representative portrait. There's another word I was thinking of, but it's okay. And I want to point out that Cheryl Derricotte, she has some shows that are present and in the future. One of them is in New Haven, Connecticut, right at this moment through May 18 at Next Haven Gallery. And then we also have one coming up. It's called Black Gold, Stories Untold. This is going to be in San Francisco, June 9 to November 2, looks like it. And this one's going to be a group show by Foresight. So we have a couple of things for you guys to check out of Cheryl's work, other than the stuff you're seeing right now in the hot shop. And the glass art that's made in the hot shop for this residency is eventually going to be displayed as well. Cheryl doesn't have something lined up at this exact moment. She wants to photograph all of the work before she creates any very solid plans for it to be displayed. But rest assured, we will definitely see this incredible work displayed. So at this point, we've changed up the shape of the blades a little bit, and now to combat all of the altering we did, we're just going to straighten everything out again using these corkwood paddles. So yeah, these paddles are made out of corkwood. We'll use various wooden tools. Wood is an insulating material, so when we touch it to the glass, it's not going to cause any thermal shock, which is basically just cracking or breaking in the glass from it cooling very rapidly. So we're avoiding that using the corkwood. Yeah, the rest of this piece is just going to be these really small adjustments before we get ready to break it off and put it away. You have to make sure it's perfect. So yes, at this point they are getting ready to break this piece off and completely put it away. So we'll see somebody get suited up in some big Kevlar gloves. They're going to continue torching any quote-unquote weak areas of the glass, as well as the clear portion of the glass where it's physically connected to the pipe, until we see quite a bit of movement in that connection. Then we know it's safe to apply some water and crack that connection and break it off. And when we put this piece away, we'll be putting it inside of an annealer, which are one of these various boxes throughout the room, such as the ones on the wall or in the front of the audience. These are just going to very, very slowly cool the glass overnight, which will prevent thermal shock. It's a really important part of the process. It usually takes about 12 hours, but this piece is pretty big, it's pretty thick, so it might be in there for up to about 2 days. So to break this piece off properly, they're probably going to really cut down on this connection where the clear glass is connected to the piece and the pipe. So we're going in with this super hot handheld torch and superheating that area. We'll probably start cutting into this connection and weakening it a little bit. And yeah, we're also getting ready for the artist talk that happens right after, so don't mind the camera work up in the front. So Gabe is going in with some jacks, these two metal blades, and really squeezing down on that connection. And this is something that'll probably have to be done multiple times to really get a divot in there enough to apply some water. So this is definitely a pretty scary moment. It's starting to move around quite a bit, and as you can see, and we have to really balance the heat. We can't let anything get too cold. And once we get to this point of starting to break the piece off, we'll have somebody at the ready to catch it in case it decides to pop off by itself. But that usually doesn't happen, just in case we have somebody on standby. So we're going in right away with that water, applying it to that connection point. So this is the moment itself. We are getting ready to break this off. And a successful break. So let's give them a round of applause. And that piece has safely been put away. So just like that, a pair of scissors is done. We've been working on that piece since 10 a.m. And yeah, they said that they have made about 4 of these. 3 of them have broken. So these pieces are just incredibly difficult to make, but that one was successful. So now Cheryl has another piece to add to her display eventually. And now we'll have that artist talk. I've mentioned this a couple of times earlier today, but Cheryl's going to be talking about her artwork and herself as an artist, so please stick around for that if you can.
Check, check, 1, 2. Check, 1, 2. This is checking 1, 2 with the microphone. Checking 1, 2 with the microphone. Checking out the audio level with the microphone. Microphone on. 1, 2, sorry. 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yes. Perfect. Checking mic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
For the remaining audience, I just want to let you know we are going to be making one more small thing on the hot shop floor before we hear our visiting artist speak. So we're going to be seeing a handle of an iron made. So right here, these pieces on the front table to your right, we're going to see one of these handles made on the hot shop floor. They'll set it aside and keep it warm while we eat our lunch, and then when we come back, they'll assemble it to the body of an iron. And this body is blown, by the way, so we do have a solid and a blown component together for this piece. So I bet a lot of the people in the hot shop are relatively newcomers today. So just to introduce what we have going on in general, we have a visiting artist on the hot shop floor today. She's actually temporarily off the floor, but I'll point her out when she comes back. Her name is Cheryl Derricotte, and she was here about a year ago doing some very similar things in the hot shop as we're doing right now, which you can see all these pieces on the front tables and pedestals. These are all things that have been made since Wednesday for this residency specifically. These are some irons right here. We have some thimbles and needles and also a spool of thread. Those spools of thread are really satisfying to watch make, so I hope that we get to see some today, but we'll see. And we just finished a pair of scissors before you guys came in. They were a black pair of scissors. They had a little bit of a different handle style than this one that's on the table to your left, but they're really exciting pieces to watch. We just finished it at 12:30. It took us from 10 to 12:30 to finish this one pair of scissors because there's such a high level of detail and you have to work with it super carefully to make sure that it doesn't break. It's such a long piece of glass to have attached to the end of a pipe. But now we're making the handle of one of these irons, and all of these pieces are eventually going to probably be displayed together. This is a historical portrait series by Cheryl, and they are supposed to be about Sally Hemings, who was actually an enslaved woman who was the mother of 6 of U.S. President Thomas Jefferson's children. And there were no portraits, no drawings of her left over after she passed away, and so this is supposed to be a representation of Sally Hemings and a sort of physical portrait of her in a way. So that's a really big background for this piece, very meaningful. And Cheryl doesn't have an exact plan of where these are going to be displayed yet, but she is going to photograph them and then she will allow museums to display the work and galleries to display the work. And do we have a slideshow that we could show off with some of Cheryl's previous works? Thank you. So up on the screen there's going to be a short slideshow showing off some of Cheryl Derricotte's previous works. So we've moved our glass over to the center bench, and this is telling me that we're getting ready to stretch it out and actually turn it into our handle. And we have been coloring the glass a couple of different ways during this residency. The more common way that we've been coloring the glass is by using a powdered colored glass, which we have some bags of down on the front table right here. We get the color shipped in. We never make colored glass ourselves. It's different metals and minerals and oxides that are mixed into a clear glass mixture. It's all very raw to start with. And then they melt it down, and they'll usually roll that glass into bars of color. So this is solid color through and through. It's wrapped up in bubble wrap to keep it safe because it is glass. But they can also crush that up as fine as powder. So there are different levels of grittiness. We have some pretty chunky textures that we like to use in the glass to get some visual textures, not physical, but visual usually. So yeah, those are our colors that we're using. And just to point out real quick, this glass is solid through and through. We have that clear glass on the inside, and then we have our black powder pretty close to the surface. And then we gathered a layer of clear over top of that layer of color. We always protect the color with just a very thin layer of clear. Otherwise, the metals can kind of react or reduce to the flame that we use to heat the glass. And it creates kind of a metallic appearance, which honestly, the metallic colors could look really cool with these pieces, but I know it could cause issues in certain areas. And welcome to those who just joined in. We are making something kind of small in the hot shop right now, but it's going to be built upon later on. Right now we are making the handle to one of these irons right here on the front pedestal or front table. This is the section that we're working on right now. It has a little bit of a thicker portion. It's just solid glass through and through. And the person who designed this work is Cheryl Derricotte. She's our visiting artist or artist in residence today. And she is right up in the front right here closest to us. This is Cheryl Derricotte. Everyone else, they are our full-time resident hot shop team, and they'll help visiting artists that come through like Cheryl today. And this is a full residency, so this started on Wednesday. This is the last day of the residency, sadly, so we're trying to get as much done as possible. And Cheryl was here about a year ago making these same items. Now this setup that we have in the front is just a piece of kiln shelf that we've laid out, and we are using 2 corkwood paddles to apply pressure to different parts of the handle to shape it. And I've described corkwood a couple of times today, but we use wood pretty frequently on the glass. Wood is an insulating material, especially compared to things like metal. So when we touch it to the glass, it's not going to be pulling a lot of heat out of it as metal would, which can cause cracking and breaking of the glass. So we're avoiding thermal shock by using these corkwood paddles. And next we've brought over another pipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end, basically just as an attachment point. And we'll break the entire handle off of its original pipe. This is all just to flip the orientation or just get access to another side of the piece. We want this to be pretty symmetrical, so we're going to be working on the other side, maybe try to stretch it out a little bit like we did with the first side. So I just want to point out we set that piece of glass aside in the garage, this large silver box, to stay warm while we eat lunch and while Cheryl has her artist talk. So she's just about to talk about her work and about herself.
Thank you, Mackenzie, and it's my pleasure to introduce Cheryl. Again, I introduced you in July of last year. So good to have you back so quickly. Cheryl was first here last July, exploring the same subject matter as we are today. Just furthering it, this is what she likes to do, is intense historical research to create portraits of people through the metaphor of their trade, their lives, and it's a fantastic process to watch. And she's going to elaborate on it. Let me just tell you a little bit about her. She's a visual artist, and her favorite mediums are glass, paper, and textiles. She's originally from Washington, D.C., but now lives in San Francisco. She's been featured in the New York Times, The Guardian, the San Francisco Chronicle, the San Francisco Business Times. And in 2021, she had a wonderful commission to develop a monument to Harriet Tubman at the transit-oriented development at Gateway, Millbrae Station. So she's really accomplished in this field. And we hope that you'll come back and see us when you have your next portrait to investigate. So this is really important work and gives us a marvelous new perspective on the historical characters that we really don't know so well. So thank you for your work, Cheryl. It's such a pleasure.
Thank you. I think they have me here.
Oh, you're there? Okay, all right. She needs that. Okay, you do need.
I do? Okay.
There, it's on.
Okay. Thank you, Susan, so much. It's always such a warm and generous introduction. Let me say hello to the live stream people, because I know you're out there, so I appreciate you coming to the talk as well. Just so you all know, I'll talk about 30 minutes. If you have any questions, feel free to ask questions. And then after that, we'll be back to glass blowing again. So I want to say thank you as well to the Museum of Glass. I actually won the Artist Choice Award this year, and so to have the love and support of my peers to be able to come back means a lot to me. Big thank you to the museum's curatorial, development, and education teammates, because they always make your residency such a breeze, and to the communications and marketing team, some of whom you see here for their video work, and to our hot shop announcers this week. We've had Emily, Charlotte, Mackenzie, and Walt. Last but certainly not least, big thanks to the amazing hot shop team, Gabe, Ben, Sarah, Nick, Kristen, and Trent. I'm really lucky to get to work with all of you and now call you friends. So I often start my talks in the same place, which is I stand for art and liberation. I believe that the museum and the gallery are the brave spaces we need to host challenging dialogues, and that art gives us an entree into conversations we might otherwise choose to avoid. I want to acknowledge the land that I'm visiting, which we call Tacoma. That's really Puyallup and Coast Salish land. I acknowledge the land where I live and work on a daily basis, which we call San Francisco, but is really Ohlone land. And because I'm going to share some family stories, I acknowledge the land of my birth that we call Washington, D.C., that is really Anacostan land, and the land where my maternal side of the family came from in Southwest Virginia that we call Withville. And yes, that's Withville with a Y, but it's really the land of the Cherokee Nation. And so my journey in glass started at home in Washington, D.C. You see a picture here of the co-directors of the Washington Glass School. From left, Michael Janis, in the center, Tim Tate, and on the right, Erwin Timmers. And about 20 years ago, I made this funny little glass house. And what I didn't know at the time was in the workshop when I made this house, there was actually a Washington Post reporter embedded in the class. And in those days, we used to hang our own shows because there wasn't a lot of glass in Washington, D.C. And the Washington Post art critic actually wrote about my little house. At that point, Tate, one of the co-directors, co-founders of Washington Glass School, said, you know, I think you have a future, but you really need to immediately go to North Carolina this summer and study with this man, pictured on the bottom right, Thurman Statham. Thurman's family had time in D.C., and he was an early pioneer of glass, having studied with Dale Chihuly at RISD back in the day, and really evolved into being a master of glass houses, among other forms. So off I went that summer to the Blue Ridge Mountains, to Penland. And when I got to North Carolina, the first night, we all showed our slides, so I showed my slides, and Thurman said, hey, you, I think you're a great artist, but you really need to get some technique, and everyone laughed, including me. And I feel like I've been working on my technique now for 20 years because glass is this wonderful material that really keeps teaching us how to work with it. And I've continued to learn and be enamored with it, including over the course of this residency. So here's a photo of Penland in case you all have never been there. It's about 90 miles above Asheville in North Carolina, and I'm really happy that they're all recovering after the unprecedented hurricane. And so while I was there, I had the opportunity to first learn glass blowing and principles of large-scale sculpture with Thurman Statham and his two wonderful TAs, Dave Nato from Hawaii and Simone Fetzer from Germany. And I really enjoyed glass blowing a lot, so the next year, I found a way to be conveniently unemployed for 2 months and did a concentration in Venetian glass blowing with Claire Kelly. I just wanted to be really rooted in my craft, and I feel like that foundation helps me be a good collaborator with the Hot Shop team here. So here are some examples of the kind of work I was making at Penland. On the top left, it's actually a blown glass tornado, and Dave and I made about 5 of those, and they were shown at the Museum of Fine Arts at Florida State University in Tallahassee in a show called Terrestrial Forces. So early in my career, I was a museum artist. I didn't know I would end up being a museum artist as long as I have, which is a great joy to me, but it really started with that first show at Florida State. And then in later years, 2015 to 2018, you really see the kind of style I settled into, which is what we call warm glass or kiln work. I do a lot with enamels and powder printing, also mixed media sculptural books. And eventually I did go back to grad school for the MFA and settled into printmaking techniques on glass and paper. Shortly after I graduated, I received my first solo show at the Museum of the African Diaspora in 2016 in San Francisco. And so I did this suite of work that was mostly enamels on glass, some work on paper, and a video diary. And I think at that point, I really settled into a research-based practice that puts historical imagery into our contemporary dialogues. And so here's just a few of the enamel pieces from that show. At that point, was still working pretty small. These pieces are about 8 inches by 10 inches each, enamel on sheet glass. And out of that show, I became known as someone who would bring to life the portraits of formerly enslaved people in glass. And so I still make glass houses, and they just got a little bigger. So this is actually me at Harriet Tubman's home in Auburn, New York, and then the design for a monument to Harriet Tubman called Freedom's Threshold that I worked on. And once I won the commission, I realized that my current studio, which was 125 square feet and barely held me and the kiln, was not going to be big enough to make a 12-foot sculpture. So I moved into Islayas Creek Art Studios into a much larger 525 square foot studio. And so here you see my studio, my kiln. We call them a coffin kiln, so it's pretty big. I have a 42-inch shelf, so I can make large images or multiple images. And as you see in the middle image on the floor, I was actually able to lay out the full glass work so that the developer and his vice president could come and see the work and improve it. And then my fabricator was actually based in Petaluma. And so the aluminum frame for the piece was made in Petaluma. I was really fortunate that a friend of mine, Chandler, who you see in a couple of the pictures from Los Angeles, said, well, who's going to put the sculpture together? I said, well, I am. And he said, well, how long is that going to take? And I said, I don't know, because I've never put together a 12-foot sculpture. And Chandler McCoy actually is an architect and manages the Getty's division of modern architecture. And he said, oh, I'm pretty handy with a caulk gun, I can help. So he came up from LA to help, which was awesome. And here you see the work actually being installed. And I think as artists, you know, we don't know we need a crane until we need a crane. I mean, when you start scaling up, there's lots of pieces to the process that you figure out along the way. And so on the left, actually, it's me with Evie Simon, who was the developer's art consultant, and we were probably the happiest two women in the world when it was actually in the ground, because it was sizable to move that much aluminum and glass even a few hours in San Francisco. And this was from the unveiling, so you get a sense of the scale. I'm 5'5", so the sculpture was just a bit over 12 feet tall. And around it is actually this whole new town that was built in Millbrae, California. So if you're ever flying into SFO in San Francisco, you can take the BART, like one stop to Millbrae, and visit this new town. And my sculpture is one of several sculptures that the developer placed into the new development. And one of the things about this particular work was that I purposefully picked a transparent brown glass so that you see Harriet Tubman's image clearly visible whether you're walking from the train side or you're walking from the developer's building. So in that sense, there's really no front or back to the sculpture. Everyone has access to the sculpture. In the base of the sculpture, there are 14 bricks to represent the 14 trips she took on the Underground Railroad. And through connection with community members, mainly at the local branch of the AME Zion Church, which was the same branch of church that Harriet Tubman had been a member of, we picked words for bricks that would really represent her life to go into the base of the sculpture. I also reached out to veterans that I knew who were also artists to help select some of the words, because another part of Harriet Tubman's story that a lot of people don't readily know is that she was the first woman to lead a combat mission in the US during the Civil War. So, you know, even before my sculpture in Millbrae, the CIA has had a sculpture to Harriet Tubman for a really long time because they teach her as an example of military intelligence in their curriculum. And so here we are, and we're at the Museum of Glass, and really my first connection to the museum came through inclusion of my work in a show called The Two-Way Mirror, Double Consciousness, Contemporary Glass by Black artists. And some of you may have seen that show. It was up October 2023 to October 2024. So thanks to curator Jabari Owens-Bailey at the museum for including my work. And here's an example of one of the two pieces that were in the show. I had actually made a suite of 5 portraits for Habitat Gallery for their online show, Not Grandma's Glass, during the pandemic in 2022. After George Floyd's murder, many organizations were doing some deep soul searching about the absence of Black artists and staff in their ranks, and the glass world was no different. And so when I was invited to do the Not Grandma's Glass online, I was like, well, let me do research because that's what I do. And I was really pleased to find this evidence of black glass blowers from the last century. So this image would have been like the 19-teens, 1920s, and they were working in the factories. And I was really struck by the fact that there was no segregation on the hot shop floor, even in 1920, because you can see in these pictures that black and white boys were working side by side on the floor. And several of the pictures showed children of different the backstory of the photographer was equally interesting. Lewis Hines was a contemporary of Dorothea Lange, Walker Evans, and Gordon Parks, yet Roy Stryker, the head of the Farm Security Administration, thought that he was difficult to work with, so he was never hired for any more projects after his great work documenting child labor for an early version of the Kellogg Foundation. And so the genesis of the project we're working on in the hot shop this week actually started back in 2020. By now you know I have a very deep research-based practice, and I was invited to do a show at the French consulate during the pandemic. And at the time, you know, we were still in Never Say Die. I mean, it was like February, there were plans for an August show, and by March, shelter in place happened, and so it shifted to an online show and micro residencies because the French consulate was not able to bring over French artists for their residency as they had planned. And so the challenge was to figure out, you know, how to do online engagement in the context of this show. And when the curator told me the show was about beauty and the transmutation of beauty, I just asked her, I said, well, do you really know my work? And she said, yes. And I said, okay, because I'm getting a hit on Thomas Jefferson. And he was like our most notorious French ambassador. And I've never really wanted to make work about him, but we're going to have to go there now. And she said, oh, I want someone to complicate the conversation. I said, okay, well, I'm your girl for that. And so I began to write stories that would tie in to the work I was doing at the micro residency. And what you're seeing is a story that actually appeared online. And so on the right is my beautiful mother when she was alive, and my mother's maiden name was Jefferson. So that was true. And she always wanted to prove that we were related to Thomas Jefferson. I could have cared less, but it was a big deal for her. And so I started sharing this story online as an entree into the residency. And then this was also true. You know, my maternal ancestors' home in Virginia was less than 3 hours from Monticello. So the beautiful people in that photograph are my great aunt Teenie and great uncle Irvin. That's actually their wedding portrait. And they were the original glass collectors in my family. So if we didn't know I would end up being a glass artist, we probably could have thought about it with great aunt Teenie and great uncle Irvin. They were the kind of people that loved antiquing in West Virginia for old glass. You know, the way you said, I love you at Christmas or a birthday was with Waterford Crystal. I definitely came from the family that would just stop everything and watch the Blinko glass special on PBS or a good NASCAR race. And so, you know, again, sharing these family stories of my entree into this exploration of Thomas Jefferson. And so this is a portrait of Jefferson when he was about 41, which was the age when he went. And then the next piece in this work was actually Monticello, but I replaced this antique wallpaper with wheat because one of the things that Thomas Jefferson grew on the plantation was wheat. He was in love with French bread. He really, even though Virginia was very much a tobacco plantation economy, he really looked down on what he considered, you know, the brutality of slavery in the deep South, which was cotton. So he didn't do a lot trying to grow cotton, but there were a lot of other crops that were grown there. And then because it was also for work for the French consulate, you know, I added the wolf because the wolf is a very fabled creature, both in American stories, but also in French stories as well. And so this particular quote was Jefferson's quote more than once historically. It comes up in the Missouri Compromise as a notable location, and the wolf was really his metaphor for the institution of slavery. And the quote goes on to say, after it says, "We have the wolf by the ear, and we can neither hold him nor safely let him go. Justice is in one side of the scale, self-preservation is in the other." So he was really clear that, you know, there were problems with the institution of slavery, but this notion of self-preservation and one's personal economics were overriding his decision making. And so this is the full triptych that I made for the show at the French consulate. Each panel is 11 by 14, so the total was 33 by 42 inches. And, you know, nations just can't outrun their genes. There's no way we can get away from the fraught history that continues to shape our contemporary understanding of confrontations and politics in our society. You know, when I made this work, I said we can't understand a race riot in Charlottesville, Virginia, without situating President Jefferson's plantation, Monticello, just a few miles away. And so continuing this theme of online engagement, one of the programs I had on my micro residency was a conversation with chefs. So just below me is Chef Brenda Bienviaje, who is actually a Filipino-American, and she shared the history of Creole cooking that has been in New Orleans for like 1,700 years, since the 1700s, since Filipino residents first moved to Louisiana. And then on the right is Chef Tanya Holland, who also ran restaurants in the Bay Area and actually trained in France. So we had a conversation together about the legacy of James Hemings, who was Thomas Jefferson's enslaved chef, and all the ways he informed American cuisine, most notably macaroni and cheese, because there are lots of historical references in Thomas Jefferson's papers of people saying, oh yeah, we were at Jefferson's for the state dinner and we had the delicious macaroni pie, which was actually the macaroni and cheese that James Hemings was making using a variation on a French bechamel sauce. So it was a lot of fun. They shared like their recipes for mac and cheese from their respective cultures. And of course it has to turn into glass, right? That's why we're here. And so in 2022, I received the first BIPOC fellowship at the studio at Corning. And the large panel on the back is actually the only saved handwriting of James Hemings. And it was an inventory of the kitchen utensils at Monticello. And then we began to pull things out of that inventory, and I got to partner with glass blowers and render them in glass. So in the inventory, it talks about a certain number of skillets of iron, which we represented, you know, the cast iron pan in black glass. There are no known photographs of James Hemings. Unless you were really a famous formerly enslaved person like a Harriet Tubman or a Frederick Douglass that was involved in abolitionist work, there really weren't going to be any pictures of you. And so this is a way to sort of create portraits of these historical figures that were very important in our history, even though we don't have a traditional photograph of them. And so last year, and again this year, I started doing a portrait of Sally Hemings. And Sally was James's younger sister. Most people know her as the mother of 6 of Thomas Jefferson's children, but she was also an accomplished seamstress. Apparently she learned quote unquote needlework during her time in France. And so we have been making things that will create Sally's portrait with, which you see some on the table, you know, this combination of tools that a seamstress would have had on her table. And so here's some pictures of iron work in progress. You see Gabe and Ben in the hot shop working on a large iron. And you can see a couple of examples on the table on my left. Here's an image of a thimble that we made. So you see Ben doing a traditional encalmo technique to develop the thimble in kind of a gray glass to mimic silver. And there's Sarah assisting. And then here's a needle, because of course a seamstress would have lots of sewing needles. So you see Gabe and Sarah working on a sculptural needle. And then, which some of you were here for, the battle royale, the scissors, because every seamstress would probably have 2 pairs of scissors, a smaller kind of silver pair that might snip the little threads, and then a larger black shear that would actually cut the fabric. And so you see some of the drawings, you see us working on the silver pair of scissors, and they're really difficult. And so I think the phrase we've heard a lot this journey is high risk, high reward. But when glass pays off that risk, it's beyond our wildest dreams. So thank you so much for this time. Thanks to the team at the Museum of Glass, particularly the Hot Shop team, for this opportunity. And I'm happy to take a few questions if you have any. Thank you very much. Okay, thanks very much. I think we just take a little quick lunch break, and then we will be back making an iron very shortly. Thank you.
All right. Ooh, my volume is a little bit higher than I expected. I was just going to welcome everyone into the hot shop. So today we have visiting artist Cheryl Derricotte. She's up in the front right here next to me. And everyone else that you see down on the floor, they are working for the museum as kind of our permanent resident hot shop team. So they'll help visiting artists that come through like Cheryl today. We made a really exciting piece of glass earlier today. It was just like the scissors down on the table here. It just had a little bit of a different handle to it, but it was a really impressive piece of glass. And next we're going to be seeing them make one of these irons. They already prepared a section of the handle, this section right here, which has a little bit of a curve to it underneath, and we'll see them continue that. So the body of this is blown, by the way, so we will actually see some blowing in glass blowing today. And just to talk about the pieces in general, these are all for a very specific reason. Cheryl is creating a historical portrait series of Sally Hemings. And Sally Hemings was an enslaved woman who was the mother of 6 of U.S. President Thomas Jefferson's children. And there were no portraits or no drawings of Sally Hemings, and so our visiting artist is creating a representation of this person through physical objects. And she was a seamstress, so that's why we're seeing irons and thimbles and needles and these spools of thread as well, which I personally find very satisfying. They physically wrap the colored glass around the center of the spool. And of course, if anyone has any questions about our visiting artists or about the glass in general, feel free to let me know. I will also give a little overview of the hot shop itself before just kind of jumping into explaining what they're doing as they go along. So to start us off in the hot shop, we always start in our glass furnace. So these glass furnaces are the tanks with the closed doors specifically on either side of the hot shop. And these hold a ceramic crucible filled with molten glass at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And this stays on 24/7. We never turn it down, we never turn it off, just to make sure that that liquid, the molten glass inside, is the same temperature, the same texture all the way through. And it holds a really impressive amount of glass, up to about 1,000 pounds. And that's really helpful. We have a ton of people coming through the hot shop all the time, and we have a lot of big projects, so we need that amount of glass. Now these open face furnaces, these are used to reheat the glass. They run up to a little bit warmer, so 21 to 2300 degrees Fahrenheit. And all of these pieces of equipment, they run off of natural gas and forced air. I get questions about what kind of energy we use. So we use natural gas for those furnaces, and this fluffy torch. And we've already pulled the handle back out. Sometimes when we have to split up a project, we will set pieces inside of this box right here. And this just holds them at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And I know that sounds really warm, but it's a happy medium temperature for glass. It's not hot enough to melt it. It's not cold enough to let it break from thermal shock. So we just pull it back out, and we're starting to use it right away again. And if anyone thinks that Cheryl Derricotte sounds familiar, she was here just about a year ago working on these same things in the hot shop. This is just a really large series that she's working on, so she's having to make a variety of scissors, and she's making a variety of spools of thread, and just continuing to build that series. So I actually have a video to play. I think it's about the last time Cheryl was here, but since we're working on the same projects, this ties in really well. And it'll just talk about her artwork and herself as an artist a little bit during this video. So could I have the Meet the Artist video, please?
I'm Cheryl Derricotte, and I'm a visiting artist in the Museum of Glass, and I live and work in San Francisco, California. I've been making a conceptual portrait of Sally Hemings this week during my residency. Most people know Sally Hemings as the mother of 6 of Thomas Jefferson's children. However, Sally was also a seamstress, and that was her position within Monticello plantation life. So we've been creating sculptural objects that represent her work as a seamstress. So we have some samples in front of me. I've been making oversized spools of thread, and I tried to choose historic colors that would have been prevalent in the 1780s, early 1800s when Sally Hemings and Thomas Jefferson were alive. We've also made some oversized sewing needles in glass, and some of the even larger pieces are scissors and irons. I tend to have a research-based practice, so a lot of times I will be triggered, quite frankly, by a phrase I hear or something I read, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting. And I start, following that and researching it. I got interested in history pretty young. I was a history minor in college, so I always enjoyed it. And I think as an adult and as an artist, I began to see that we were having a lot of challenging contemporary dialogues about things like race and equity and place, and it was because we really hadn't dived into our history. And so when I had the opportunity to do a group show at the French consulate, I realized that, whether I liked it or not, it was time to dive into Thomas Jefferson, who was one of our most notorious French ambassadors. It's important for all artists to do the work that they're called to do. And I know for my own practice, I work pretty intuitively. So if the inquiry is leading me toward a topic that's about race, I'm not going to shy away from it, And I think American history is a very convoluted situation, to say the least. And so the more we can own that, I think there's hope for us to hopefully move forward in a better state than we've been the last few hundred years. Ultimately, most of my work at home results in warm glass. I have a large kiln in my studio in San Francisco, and I also do some work on paper and textiles. So I would say a through line of all of my work is visual storytelling, text, and image, whether it's in glass or on paper or textile. So it has been great to be at the Museum of Glass. The Hot Shop team here is amazing. We have been under Gabe's leadership this week, and I think the best thing he said to me was yesterday, boy, that was really challenging and fun at the same time, because I think these are familiar objects, but we've certainly been looking at them through the lens of the 18th century. So, a spool of thread was wood. It really wasn't the kind of conventional spool of thread we think about today. The handles on scissors are a little different than our contemporary scissors. So I have really appreciated being able to partner with such great glass-blowing professionals that care about that level of attention to detail and actually enjoy it, even when it's a little maddening sometimes.
So yeah, once again, that was just kind of an introduction to our visiting artists and sort of talking about our work a little bit, just to give you guys a better idea of what you're seeing in the hot shop. And now, kind of focusing back at the center bench, we have done something where we've attached another pipe to the piece. We'll do this frequently, no matter what piece of glass we're making. We have to attach pipes to different areas and then break it off with that previous pipe. And this is all just to get access to another area of the piece. So in this case, we wanted to work on that end that was attached to the pipe. And I want to point out this torch when we start using it. This smaller handheld torch that Gabe was just about to use, this is one of the hottest items in the hot shop. It could get up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So it creates this really bright blue little flame. And this is because this is using propane and oxygen. So the oxygen is going to make that flame a little bit stronger. Yeah, we'll use these quite a bit for sculpting because it allows us to heat up a small section of glass at a time. And just to point out, we are working at 2 benches at the same time right now. I know this section of the audience might have a little hard time seeing, but we have someone working over there as well, and they're working with the same color of glass, probably creating the longer portion of the handles right here. So you're not missing too much right now, just the color application process, which luckily I can explain pretty easily. So I want to show this off. We don't see powdered glass super often in the hot shop, but this is colored glass right here. I think this one's black, but we will roll the clear glass in this powder to pick it up, or we'll just dust it on top of the hot clear glass and it'll pick it up, and that creates a layer of color across the entire piece. So the inside of any of these solid pieces of glass is actually just clear. We're using very little color. And the colors themselves, they come from different metals, minerals, and oxides mixed into some clear glass in the very beginning. And we don't make any color ourselves. We get it shipped in this form. So we already have that black color on the surface of that glass, and we've just gathered a layer of clear over top of that as well. And this is just to barely cover up that color. We're not trying to add mass to the piece anymore, so we're stripping as much of it off as we can to get that excess mass away. Yeah, at the center bench, we're just trying to keep the temperature of this piece of glass balanced. So we are heating it up very briefly every once in a while. This is called flashing. We're just trying to keep it at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And yeah, if it gets any hotter, then it'll start to move and melt. If it gets any colder, then we risk thermal shock, which can crack or break the piece. And could we have a view of the left bench? So we're working in 3 different places at once now. We are working at the center bench where we're just keeping this glass warm. Sarah is getting ready to bring over this bit of glass to create another portion of the handle. And then it looks like Ben is getting that second side ready as well over on the left. So pretty satisfying to watch them stretch the glass. It kind of reminds me of taffy pulling personally. And we are stretching this out, carefully cooling any areas that are stretching too thin using this air gun. And then we will cut it off at the correct length and then bend it into position. Now the tricky part is making the second side symmetrical to the first. So the way that we have this handle attached to the pipe, you can imagine the pipe kind of stretching upward from the piece here. It's going to allow us to set it aside and just kind of keep it warm while we work on the overall body of the iron itself. And then we can just pull the handle back out of that silver box that'll be keeping it warm and then just attach it to the top. So that connection point we've created, it's a really good temporary connection point. Also, I get questions as to why we torch the pipe, like the end of the pipe where it's connected to the piece. So just to explain that real quick, this is the last thing going into the furnace and the first thing coming out. So it's naturally going to cool down quite a bit. And the pipe is probably pulling some heat out of the glass. So this area does tend to break if we leave it alone. So we are already ready with that second bit of black glass. Same process as before. They're stretching it out before they'll cut it off. And they are purposefully letting it cool to a certain extent so that it's not just flopping all over the place when they're trying to shape it. Yeah, they make everything look really easy, but I will mention these guys have been working with glass for about 20 to 30 years individually. All the people you see on the floor working with these pieces. So while they finish off that handle at the center bench, they'll probably start working on the body of the iron. So once again, for anyone that has recently joined these irons on the front pedestal, this is what we are working on at this moment. And we are already finishing off the handle. And to make the body, this is going to be a blown piece of glass. And we'll probably be using a little bit of a different coloring technique, but we'll see. The handles, we used a powdered colored glass that we kind of dusted over the surface of clear glass to cover it up and make it appear as if it's all made of color. But for the body, if we used a dusting of color, we'd have to do it so many times to make it rich enough. So we might be using color bar, which it's a bar of solid colored glass. This one's wrapped up in bubble wrap to keep it safe, but different metals, minerals mixed inside of the glass. And this is probably the most common form of using color that you'll see in our hot shop anyways, is color bar. So once again, we're setting the handle aside inside of the garage. The garage is this large silver box. It stays at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And we have just pulled out that piece of color bar over on the left bench. So this section of color bar is pretty long. And if you haven't seen glass blowing before, I'll just let you know this color is pretty rich. It will go a long way to blow it out, basically more than paper thin, if you were to look at the cross section of a blown glass piece. So we'll melt this down, and eventually we will drop it on top of a clear glass bubble. Quite literally, we will drop that color on top. And then we'll go through the process of pushing and rolling that color back until it completely covers up that clear. So when you look at the cross section of a blown piece, you see basically these rings, almost like a tree, honestly, of clear glass color, clear glass. That's how it's usually done anyway. Sometimes you have multiple layers of color, sometimes only color. You can drop color straight on the end of a pipe. And just to mention again, I haven't really gotten a lot of questions. If anyone has any questions, feel free to raise your hand and let me know. So there are specific buckets that we have in the hot shop. So the taller silver ones on either side, these are for clear glass only. So any glass that goes into those buckets, we actually will crush up and throw back into the furnaces, completely reuse it and melt it down again. And any other scrap, stuff that falls on the floor and it picks up debris or it has color and clear in it, we can't really use it anymore, and so that stuff has to be thrown out. But we do reuse a huge portion of our glass because of the clear. So Sarah's just brought out a blowpipe this time. This is the first time we're using a blowpipe today. And she's just gathered a little bit of clear glass on the end, and she'll blow and cap the end of the pipe to trap some air pressure inside, which will expand into a small bubble on the end, as you can see up on the screen. And after creating this bubble, she will really just kind of sit and let it cool down until it's solid. You'd be able to tap it with a tool, and it would just be completely solid. It wouldn't be moving. We want that glass to be kind of cold when we drop that hot color on top, so that when we're pushing that color back, we're not affecting the clear glass and the shape of the bubble underneath. Yeah, they're talking about which design they want to go with for the iron. And Cheryl's saying that the one on the right, or our right, your guys' left, is the one that she would want to recreate. And some notable things about this one, it looks like it's a little bit longer, and it's also a little bit bit deeper, and by deeper they mean the bubble is a little bit wider height-wise. So Sarah holds her pipe up with the bubble towards the ceiling. And then once again, we'll quite literally drop that molten color on top. And I haven't really pointed this out today. We've been working with black glass all day, so it's a little bit obvious, but whenever we're working with the glass, it's so hot that it's radiating light as well as heat, so it's quite literally glowing like lava, which is why it appears yellow or orange. And then as it cools, it goes back towards its original color. And once again, this is very obvious with black, it changes into black. But if we were working with other colors, such as red, for some reason, red appears different in the hot shop when it's hot, even if it's solid at that point. So we're working with red, it's yellow, it's orange, and then it's cooling down, and it changes into like a brownish or grayish or blackish, depending on the exact red. It's never just red. We have to wait overnight for that color to truly appear as it fully cools down. So we've just cut that color off. Now we have these metal tables throughout the hot shop in various places. The largest one is at the center bench right here. But these are called Marvers. And we will roll the glass on the Marver to shape it and sometimes to cool the glass. Whenever we touch a metal tool to glass, it's going to pull heat out of it, which can prevent it from blowing out too much in that direction or just kind of control which areas are hotter and colder in general. So Sarah's using the Marver to push this color back, which is why I was mentioning it. Oh yeah, and I was waiting for a little bit of a duller moment to show something off. So I don't think a lot of you guys saw these scissors that we made earlier today. And we don't have an exact video of that pair of scissors, but we have a video of some scissors that they made during the last residency here. And it was an exhilarating moment, to say the least, this video. It was a video of a close save. So they had just attached a pipe to the end of the scissors, and it suddenly decided to just snap off of its previous pipe while they were doing that, but luckily they had already connected it, so they just managed to save it. And I'd like to show that video off so you guys get an idea of what they were working with earlier today. So could I have that video, please? Yeah, could I have the video of the close save from last residency? So yeah, it's always a crazy piece to watch be made in the hot shop. It's really long and it's really heavy. And they were explaining that it was some torque that kind of broke the piece off of that pipe. And honestly, if you want to see the one we made earlier today, we do save our live streams that we have. Every time the museum is open, you can just kind of rewind or open it up the next day. Save them forever on YouTube. Yeah, sorry, I'm just going off about color. I'm getting really excited about color. Talking about the different kinds of color, which, if anyone's curious, I was talking about which ones are expensive and what they have in them. So, expensive colors just in general. Pinks are really expensive depending on the pink because pink can come from gold chloride, which is literally a form of gold. So, popular antiquing glass is called ruby red, but in the glassblowing world, we call it cranberry pink, and that contains gold chloride, and that's probably why people really seek it out. And then another classic antiquing glass, cobalt blue, has a form of cobalt inside of it, probably a cobalt oxide or something of some sort. We use a lot of oxides in the glass. And there are other special colors that are even more costly than ones that contain gold because they're more specialized. And those ones might be something like aventurine, which have little glittery bits of color inside of it, I think coming from little pieces of copper kind of floating around in the material. And there are just so many different possibilities, so many different colors. I could go on and on. But yeah, I can answer pretty niche questions. So if anyone has any specific like pictures of pieces or ideas of what they've seen in the gallery, like how did they get this done, then I might be able to answer that for you too. And at this point, wow, we have gathered a lot of clear glass over top of that color in the hot shop. So we will probably start blowing this out pretty soon. All of this clear glass that we've been gathering is just to build up mass for the piece more than anything else. So we have enough material to work with. And we're using this block over and over again. The block is this wooden spoon-shaped tool. We keep it soaked in water to make sure that it's completely saturated. And the idea is to create a layer of steam in between the wood and the glass, so they're not actually touching. If they were to touch, the glass could crack from the thermal shock of the water hitting it, and the wood would start to burn. So we try to use the light and frost effect to our advantage. And we use a lot of physics and a lot of chemistry in glass. I think maybe a little bit more physics heavy. We use gravity to shape the glass. We use the light and frost idea. We use a thermal shock to purposefully crack the glass to get kind of a crackly effect on the surface of the piece. Yeah, there's so many exciting things to do with glass. No, surprisingly, the pipes aren't crazy heavy, especially the ones that are hollow. I think that they estimate usually about 10 pounds, one of those pipes. And a lot of our tools are made out of stainless steel, including the tables and the pipes and all of the tools that we use as well. Yeah, if I didn't already point out, we always let this previous layer of glass cool down before getting our next layer of glass. And the idea behind that is to kind of create a solid core inside of the piece. So if we gather hot on top of hot, then we could start to lose our shape and we could start to lose the bubble. Things could start collapsing. So we always let that layer cool down quite a bit before we gather again. Oh yeah, and I think some new people have joined in, so I want to reintroduce what we have going on real quick. We have a visiting artist in the hot shop, Cheryl Derricotte, and she is right here in the center of the hot shop floor. Everyone working around her is our resident hot shop team. They work here full time for the Museum of Glass, making glass art. And this is usually along the lines of helping visiting artists that come through. Sometimes they'll be making store items or even auction items for our yearly Red Hot auction. So they do a variety of things. And the people that work here full time, they've been working with glass for about 20 to 30 years each individually. They've all gotten into glass in various ways. There's so many different ways to become involved in the glass world. And these pieces that we're making are a historical portrait series that has been designed by Cheryl Derricotte, our visiting artist. And this is illuminating the life of Sally Hemings, who was an enslaved woman, the mother of 6 of U.S. President Thomas Jefferson's children. And she was specifically a seamstress, which is why we are seeing all of these very specific items on the front pedestals and tables. So we see some thimbles and some spools of thread and needles. And we are working on making an iron right now. So we've already made the handle of this iron. We've set it aside in the garage, which is this large silver box right here. It's just keeping the handle warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit while we make the body. So this body is a blown piece of glass. So this is hollow in the largest section right here. And I pointed this out to some people earlier, but this bucket that we drip some of our clear glass into is clear glass only. So eventually we crush it back up and throw it into the furnace and completely reuse it. And that was called a strip gather that we just did right there. This is a partial layer of clear, probably just trying to get closer to an exact amount of glass. Yeah, could we have a view of the powder booth when they are in there? Thank you. So we are applying a little bit of powdered color to the surface of this glass now. And I described this to some people earlier, but we do have some examples of powdered glass right here. The reason we have to go around the corner to that booth is, as you know, it's very dangerous to inhale powdered glass or just glass at all in general. So this booth has really good ventilation. It pulls that powder away from us as we're working with it. This is just to make the piece richer and probably make sure that it's the same exact color as the handle, which we use the powder for the handle of this piece. So as long as the glass is hot enough, they'll just continue to sift that powder on top, and it'll continue to stick and form a layer of color. This is usually done, I like to say, about 4 or 5 times, just to make sure that it's rich enough throughout the entire piece. So now we're back at the center bench. We're just heating this glass up and melting that powdered layer of color in. Could we switch the view of the camera, please? Thank you. So once again, this metal table, this is one of our many Marvers. These metal tables are called Marvers. And we are rolling the glass on the Marver to shape it, but also sometimes we use this table to kind of cool the glass in certain areas. So the metal is going to pull heat out of the glass and it's going to make it less malleable in that area that we touch, which will in turn help blow it out in a very specific way or a very specific direction. And yeah, I want to point out, when we have the powder on the surface of the glass, you can see it kind of reacts with the flame and it pulls the metals to the surface of the glass. So we have this metallic sheen, almost like this piece of glass is made of metal right now. So after letting that layer of glass cool down, we're gathering over top of the powdered colored glass again. So as you saw, once again, those metals were brought to the surface, so everything looked a little bit silvery, it looked a little bit textured, but this layer of clear that we're gathering on top right now is going to cover that up and make the entire thing just smooth black, which will match the handle that we've made and match the other irons that we've made. And we've just used a pipe cooler. This is just a trough of water that Gabe has set the pipe down into. And of course, right away, we go back to using the block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool, smooth and even out all of this glass. And we can see some air bubbles in this glass. Gabe was just pointing out that it's probably because of the color itself. It's creating that weird color and texture earlier. And then gathering over top of that, trapped a little bit of air bubbles, but no problem as they continue to blow it out. So now we should have all the glass we need for this project. We'll see them start to blow it out and actually turn it into the body of our iron. Oh yeah, and earlier, I know we already saw the video that Cheryl Derricotte got to make last time she was here. She's talking about her art and herself as an artist, but we haven't seen her artist slideshow yet in the second half of the day. So could we have her slideshow up on the screen, please? Thank you. So up on the screen, there's going to be a slideshow playing, showing off of some of Cheryl's previously made artworks. And some of this stuff, like this piece right here, this was displayed at the Museum of Glass pretty recently, closed in October of 2024. The exhibit, I mean. Is the slide stuck? And speaking of artwork on display, Cheryl actually has some pieces on display right now. So right now she has some work on display at the Next Haven Gallery in New Haven, Connecticut until May 18th. And the exhibit is called All at Once Reflected Through Glass. And she does have an exhibit coming up as well. This one's going to be a group exhibit or a group show called Black Gold Stories Untold. And this one's going to be June 6 to November 2, presented by Foresight. This will be in San Francisco. So she's kind of all over the place, and she has had opportunities to display work in many different places. And the reason she's here for this residency is actually because she won the Artist Choice Coney Award in our 2024 Red Hot auction. So each year, artists will win the chance to have a residency at the Museum of Glass again. And your questions can extend to the artist as well. If you have any questions for the artist or about the artist, I can always relay information or grab her attention. So we did a little bit of gravity shaping, holding that glass towards the ground, stretching it out, and thinning the bubble out a little bit. And now Gabe is shaping the glass using this pad in his hand. And usually what we use is just folded up newspaper soaked in water. This one is, I think this is a carbon fiber pad that he's stuffed with newspaper instead, so it's not going to wear down that, ooh, why am I forgetting words? It's not going to wear down that newspaper as much as quickly using this pad. And we'll start using this fluffy torch to heat up areas that are a little bit too cold. The area close to the pipe tends to cool down a little bit faster, and the area at the very end of the bubble tends to blow out pretty quickly. We want the opposite. We want the bottom to stay a little bit thicker and cooler to prevent it from blowing out too thin. And then next we start the jack line. So Gabe is going in with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades, and squeezing down onto the glass. And this is going to form a divot or a line in the glass right next to the pipe. This is basically a breaking point. We will take the piece off of the pipe from this line later on once we are ready and have most of the shape completed. And we are not using these wooden paddles to shape the glass at this moment. Instead, we're using them to shield Gabe's arm from the heat that's radiating off of the piece itself. Yeah, if anyone's curious, we will be using this setup in the front pretty soon here, it looks like. This is just a piece of kiln shelf that we have laid out, and we're torching it. We don't want the glass to touch anything super cold, and so we're just making sure it's warm-ish, probably about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, maybe a little under. Yeah, we're trying to hit kind of specific length and width measurements just to make sure it turns out about the same as this iron right here to your guys' left on the table. Yeah, this one's a little bit longer and narrower than the one next to it. Oh, and it's also a little bit thicker, so it's a little bit taller on the table. So they're actually applying a little bit of beeswax to the kiln shelf, yeah. Yeah, it's just to prevent the glass from sticking to it. I think that there is a lot of silica in even things like the kiln shelf itself. So it looks like before we use that kiln shelf setup, we're going to do a little bit of corking at the bench. So Gabe has 2 corkwood paddles. So yes, the same material as wine bottle corks. These are corks. We're flattening the 2 sides of the piece, just getting started on that shape. Yeah, so everything in here pretty much runs off of natural gas, except this small handheld torch, which we'll probably see them use again later on, but that one's propane and oxygen. And then the boxes on the walls, these annealers, these are all, they have some heating coils on the sides, on the inside of them. So those are electric. So we do have a few different kind of energy usage in here, but mostly natural gas. So it looks like now we're getting ready to use that setup in the front. It's just kiln shelf. I think that it's mostly silica. Silica does have a really high melting point on its own, but for hot shop glass, for example, we mix it with soda ash and limestone to bring it to a lower melting point. So we still use it as an insulating material for multiple things in the hot shop. So when they're using this setup, kind of behind the scenes, you can see Ben holding onto the end of the pipe. He's keeping his finger on the very end, the mouthpiece, because this pipe works like a straw. When we apply pressure to the glass, the air starts to push out of the piece and escape the pipe. So we want to keep that air pressure inside and get this nice boxy shape. Don't want any concave areas, of course. So we're using this setup, we're pushing tools from multiple sides at the same time. If we were to just push from one direction at a time, the bubble would blow out and move in the other direction. So we have to really kind of force it into this geometric shape. Glass does not want to be boxy. So this time we focused a lot of heat just on the very end of the bubble. So we don't want to affect the entire shape overall. I don't know what the subtitles are saying. We don't want to affect the entire shape overall. We just want to work on the very bottom at this moment and just flatten it out a little bit. Also, we are using this air gun for a couple of different purposes. We'll use it to blow onto the glass and cool it down, but we'll also use it to blow smoke away from the artist's face. So you'll see us using this pretty frequently. And I know some new people have joined here and there, so I want to reintroduce what we have going on real quick. So once again, today we have visiting artist Cheryl Derricotte, mixing up the names. And she is here for a full residency. She started on Wednesday, and this is the last day of the residency, so we're finishing as much as we can in the hot shop. Now, the pieces that she's working on, they're all going to come together and create a historical portrait series that she's working on, which is of Sally Hemings. Sally Hemings was an enslaved woman who was the mother of 6 of U.S. President Thomas Jefferson's children. And there were no portraits or drawings of Sally Hemings, and so this is supposed to be a representation of her after she is gone. These pieces are because Sally Hemings was a seamstress, so we see thimbles and needles and spools of thread and irons. And one of the craziest pieces of glass, these giant pair of scissors here on the table to your left in the hot shop. We made a pair of scissors earlier today, and it was successful. They put it away, and it's going to slowly cool down. The pair that we made earlier had a little bit of a different handle design, and it was black. So that was the only difference between the two. Now, they have made many pairs of these scissors, both successfully and less so. They said that they've tried 8 and successfully made 5, so pretty good, honestly. These are really long, heavy pieces of glass, and these are pretty large pieces of glass in general. This is an iron that we're making right now, of course. We already have the handle made, so we're just finishing off the body, and then we'll eventually be able to attach the 2 completed pieces together and finish it off. And we're about to see something at the center bench that is pretty interesting. So Gabe is heating up the very end of a tungsten drill bit. He's pushing this and melting it into the bottom of the piece. So we're basically drilling and melting a hole. And we can just barely see it on the corner of the screen, luckily. And once we have this hole, we eventually will bring over another hollow pipe with some clear glass on the end, kind of in the shape of a crown, and we will attach that over the opening of the piece that we've just drilled into the end. Now this allows us to continue blowing air into the piece even after sealing this end off, which is going to be the front of our iron attached to the pipe at this moment. So pretty complex set of steps that we're going to see, but it'll all unfold in front of your own eyes, so no worries if it's hard to understand at this moment. And Ben is working on that second pipe right now over on that left bench. If you were to blow into the end of the pipe right now, that air would just pass all the way through the glass. He's already opened it up. So we've just brought this second pipe over, our punty, and we've attached basically that crown shape right over top of the opening we drilled into the bottom. We're going in with the jacks, these two metal blades, squeezing down in that fresh hot connection. This is creating a divot in that connection so that we can break it off easily later on. So just kind of preparing in advance. And next I apply some water to that previous connection and then tap the pipe. And that pops a piece right off. So now we can start working on the front of the iron. We'll work on closing that opening off and then bringing it into a point and then making sure everything is squared off, all the edges. So right here, they're not physically altering the glass, they're just making sure that the pipe is centered to the end of the piece. If it's asymmetrical in the beginning, it's going to end up asymmetrical in the end, so just better safe than sorry. So we have a little bit of time. They have to heat up this opening quite a bit to be able to even start working with it. So I'm thinking, since some of you guys seem to be pretty curious about the scissors, that I show off a video I've been playing throughout the day today. And it's a video of a close save of the last residency when they were making these scissors again, and they just barely managed to save it in this moment, but it shows the scissors almost complete, and you can see all the connections between the pipe and the piece. It's just really interesting. So could we have that video up on the screen, please? It's a short one. Yeah, so they made a pair of these scissors earlier today, so I just wanted you guys to be able to see how insane that process looks when they're actually making it down on the floor. And we do save all of our live streams, by the way, so if you'd like to, you could always go back and you could watch what we did earlier today. You could watch what we did 5 years ago. As long as the museum is open to the public and we have something going on the floor, we always have our live stream up and running. So yeah, could even be at work, just pull it up for 5 minutes during a lunch break. Just kind of check out what we're doing. So we've just heated up the end of this piece enough where Gabe is able to section it off using a pair of jacks. So he's completely closed off that opening already. And this is all just excess glass that'll be cut off. And now that we've closed the end off, that means we have a completely sealed bubble except for that small hole we drilled into the end. So now we can start to blow into this piece of glass again and finish the front of the iron off. So these pieces, Cheryl's not sure exactly where they're gonna go yet. The reason we don't do anything like give scrap away is because, sadly, the glass will start to break apart, and it can be so violent that it actually explodes sometimes as well. So it's just a huge issue. They're basically ticking time bombs, including things like these horses too. If they're not annealed, if they're not cooled down slowly and properly, then they will just start breaking apart at some point. It could be years from now even, but yeah, it's always just a risk. You know what I like to do with scrap personally, though? If there's really nice pieces of scrap, I'll take them myself and I will throw them in ceramics that I make, like a ceramic dish, and then it melts and turns into a pool of cracked glass on the bottom. I'm sure some people have heard of that before. And it just has a really pretty effect. So we'll start using this setup in the front again. Once again, this is just a piece of kiln shelf that we have laid out. We torch it with this fluffy flame and we'll coat it with a layer of beeswax like you just saw Trent do for just a second there. And this will help prevent the glass from sticking or picking up any particles off of the kiln shelf. So eventually we'll go over to that setup and we'll start applying pressure and flattening either side of the iron on top of it. Yeah, so these are corkwood paddles that Gabe is using. So they're made out of cork or corkwood. And yeah, I know it's kind of hard to tell because they're so charred at this point, but yeah, it's a really insulating material. So when we touch it to the glass, it's not pulling a lot of heat out of the piece, and it allows us to continue working with it longer. It prevents rippling and cracking and breaking in general. And that's also partially why we're torching the kiln shelf before we use it too. We don't want anything cold touching the glass. So to connect the handle to the iron, they have these two bits of also colored black glass that they bring over and attach to the top of the blown piece. And then they'll heat up the bits and the ends of the handle and attach those together, basically. I think that this is to avoid torching the top of the piece super heavily and then pushing the handle into it, because then it concaves the top of the piece. But I could be wrong. It could just be another visual feature they're adding. But this is pretty much the shape they want, so they're going to keep the piece overall warm, and Trent is going to start preparing those bits of black glass and bringing them over one by one. And once again, for anyone that's recently joined, we already created the handle for this piece. It's just sitting aside in this large silver box right here called the garage. And this is keeping the handle warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. It's a really happy medium temperature for glass. Not warm enough to melt it, not cold enough to let it break from thermal shock. So, same as earlier, we are using the powdered color to color these bits of clear glass to bring over and create the attachment points for the handles. And I think that the way that we're using it this time is we're just rolling the clear glass in a dish filled with the powdered color instead of sprinkling it on top. It is a pretty small piece of glass, so as long as we get multiple rolls of it, we won't be able to see through it at all. And then, of course, we coat that in a layer of clear so that the color's not on the surface. When the color is on the surface of the glass, it starts to react with the fire that we're using, and it pulls the metals to the surface. This is called reducing. And we don't want to have a shiny little bit of color. So we're going to gather clear over top of that and cover it up. So we just brought over that bit of black color and dropped it on top of our piece. And we'll just cut off a small amount to use at a time. Trent will be able to heat this leftover color back up and bring it over the same way for our second bit. And we only need 2. And this is going to be shaped into a square based off of these previous pieces that have been made. So these little connection points have a square shape to them. Just another little added detail. And yeah, you guys are always welcome to come down into the front rows and take a closer look at any of these pieces. We have the scissors that were made a few days ago over here on this front table, and then we have the irons, of course, and some needles and thimbles. Well, so they've already made many of these pieces, so they don't have exact blueprints or steps of what to do at this moment because they've already done it so many times. For the first one, right? Yeah. So in the very beginning of the residency, they'll usually all get together and they'll deliberate on how they should do things. Since there are usually 4 glass blowers working on these pieces, and then the visiting artist comes in. The visiting artist will bring in their designs, and then everyone else just has to figure out how to get from point A to point B. And I don't think that Cheryl even necessarily needed this piece to be hollow, for example, but the glass blowers are like, it would be way too thick if it wasn't hollow. So that's something that they would bring forward and kind of change, you know. So it's all just them talking back and forth. And then sometimes they'll try the piece in clear first, especially if it's really complicated. So that way, if it doesn't turn out, they could just throw it into the clear scrap bucket, basically, and it'll just be reused again. So they're not really wasting material, just wasting a little bit of time, which is way better. Yeah, so usually they'll do a clear prototype, and they always think about things in certain ways. They know so many different techniques, but there are only a certain number of ways to create things to begin with. So, you know, there is maybe a little bit of a hierarchy sometimes because it usually goes in terms of experience. So the person who's the most experienced is usually the gaffer. The gaffer is like the glass blowing team leader, and then everyone else falls into assistant roles. But oftentimes they will switch off with each other, and they'll get practice in different areas, and they'll rest their muscles if they're lifting the glass a lot. And yeah, it does depend on what it is too. They all have different specialties. So we've pulled that handle out over on the left bench. They're just heating up that connection in between the pipe and the piece itself. And at the center bench, we're doing something similar. We're continuously torching that area where the glass is connected to the pipe. So now we're starting to heat up those bits where we'll be attaching the handle. And as I previously mentioned, we're trying not to heat up the body of the iron very much itself since it is hollow. It can kind of start to change shape. So we'll eventually bring that handle over and push it straight onto those two bits. We've also been heating up the very ends of the handles. So just heating up both connection points on both pieces themselves. And then Gabe lines them up and slowly brings that handle down. And it looks like that was a successful connection. Ben's giving it a little puff of air, making sure it doesn't collapse. And then they just break away this small pipe that they used to carry the handle over. And just like that, we have our two pieces connected. So when finishing a piece off, they'll usually try to get rid of any leftover bits of clear that they possibly can, except for the connection between the pipe and the piece itself, of course. So they'll start heating up the top of the handle where we have this little bit of clear left over, and they'll slowly pick it off and get rid of that, smooth it back out, and then the piece will be pretty much done. I mean, these are all the components we need for the piece, so now it's just adjusting and very small detail work. And I was just mentioning cold working to some people in the audience, but when these pieces are done, they have to go through the cold working process, which is grinding, cutting, polishing the glass after it's done in the hot shop. And this is especially important for where the pipe is connected to the piece. So for these irons, they had to completely grind all that clear glass away and then bring it back up to a polish using wheel after wheel after wheel of different sandpaper levels. And yeah, it's the cold shop, I wish we had a view of it. It's kind of around the corner, with an entire shop filled with different machinery to do all of those things to the glass. And as cold working sounds, we work with the glass cold, and that's pretty much all there is to it. That's all there is to the name anyways. There's a lot involved in cold working. So we cut that extra little bit of clear off, and now we're just fixing the handle before we move on. Yeah, this is a good time to remind everyone, if anyone has any questions, feel free to just let me know. Yeah, it could be questions about anything you've seen in the galleries or just glass in general, or even questions for the visiting artists who designed these pieces. So it looks like they're going to do a little bit of readjusting. They're resting the iron on this piece of kiln shell and giving it a little puff of air. So they're happy with this piece, the way it looks, so they're getting ready to break it off at this point. They're torching this area where the glass is connected to the pipe, that bit of clear glass, until they see some movement in that connection. And then they know it's safe to apply some water to crack that connection and pop the piece right off. So we'll have somebody getting suited up and getting these big Kevlar gloves on, which will protect them from the heat radiating off of the glass, and also the heat of the annealer as they lean into that box to put it away. We're going to be putting it in the annealer on the left wall, by the way, that large black box over there. And these boxes sit at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. We'll press a button once we are done loading it up, and that will slowly bring the temperature of everything inside of there down all at once. And this process is going to cool the glass slowly enough to prevent thermal shock. And I'm assuming this glass is probably thick enough that we'll have to cool it for over a day even. Yeah, it's all about the thickness of the glass, and the scissors that we made earlier were super thick. So Gabe is dipping his tweezers in some water and applying it to that connection point right in that little divot. And then with a simple tap of the pipe, this piece should pop right off. And let's give them a round of applause for finishing that massive piece of glass. And that piece has successfully been put away. So now we know it's safe. That was definitely our last big piece for the day. These guys will probably get some water, get refreshed. This is a good time to play the Meet the Artist video. There's a video that I have where Cheryl talks about her artwork and about herself a little bit as an artist. And it'll just give you a little bit more background information on her work. So could I have Cheryl's video, please? Could I have Cheryl's video, please? Hey, could I have Cheryl's video, please? Sorry, guys. I guess this
I'm Cheryl
oh, there we
Derricotte,
go.
and I'm a visiting artist in the Museum of Glass, and I live and work in San Francisco, California. I've been making a conceptual portrait of Sally Hemings this week during my residency. Most people know Sally Hemings as the mother of 6 of Thomas Jefferson's children. However, Sally was also a seamstress, and that was her position within Monticello plantation life. So we've been creating sculptural objects that represent her work as a seamstress. So we have some samples in front of me. I've been making oversized spools of thread, and I tried to choose historic colors that would have been prevalent in the 1780s, early 1800s when Sally Hemings and Thomas Jefferson were alive. We've also made some oversized sewing needles in glass, and some of the even larger pieces are scissors and irons. I tend to have a research-based practice, so a lot of times I will be triggered, quite frankly, by a phrase I hear or something I read, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting, and I start, following that and researching it. I got interested in history pretty young. I was a history minor in college, so I always enjoyed it. And I think as an adult and as an artist, I began to see that we were having a lot of challenging contemporary dialogues about things like race and equity and place, and it was because we really hadn't dived into our history. And so when I had the opportunity to do a group show at the French consulate, I realized that, whether I liked it or not, it was time to dive into Thomas Jefferson, who was one of our most notorious French ambassadors. It's important for all artists to do the work that they're called to do. And I know for my own practice, I work pretty intuitively. So if the inquiry is leading me toward a topic that's about race, I'm not going to shy away from it, And I think American history is a very convoluted situation, to say the least, and so the more we can own that, I think there's hope for us to hopefully move forward in a better state than we've been the last few hundred years. Ultimately, most of my work at home results in warm glass. I have a large kiln in my studio in San Francisco, and I also do some work on paper and textiles. So I would say a through line of all of my work is visual storytelling, text, and image, whether it's in glass or on paper or textile. So it has been great to be at the Museum of Glass. The Hot Shop team here is amazing. We have been under Gabe's leadership this week, and I think the best thing he said to me was yesterday, boy, that was really challenging and fun at the same time, because I think these are familiar objects, but we've certainly been looking at them through the lens of the 18th century. So, a spool of thread was wood. It really wasn't the kind of conventional spool of thread we think about today. The handles on scissors are a little different than our contemporary scissors. So I have really appreciated being able to partner with such great glassblowing professionals that care about that level of attention to detail and actually enjoy it, even when it's a little maddening sometimes.
So apparently they're going to get started on a needle next. And they pointed out the one on the pedestal to me where it has the thread looping through it. So we can expect to see that one made right now. So yeah, just a small piece of glass to finish us off for the day. We already have our color on the glass at the center bench. And the way that we're getting our color for most of the pieces this residency is by using powdered colored glass. And we do have some bags right here as an example. Oh my gosh. Yeah, it's just really finely crushed colored glass, and we'll roll the clear glass inside of it to pick it up on the outside. So we just have a very thin layer of color on the outside of our pieces, really. So to create this needle, they first pulled out that gray glass, created a disc on the end, and they're going to quite literally drill a hole through the disc itself, through the face of the disc. This is the same technique we used earlier on the iron to be able to attach the piece to another blowpipe. Yeah, we'll use basically whatever we have on hand to sculpt a piece of glass, just depending on the job. We'll change out to different tools. We'll even, I like to use the example of, we'll use butter knives to sculpt really frequently, surprisingly. Use a variety of different kitchen tools, honestly. Pieces of copper tubing, spoons and knives. And to straighten this needle back out, Gabe is using some folded up newspaper soaked with water. Just kind of guiding it along. So it looks like they finished up the top of the needle with the eye. So they'll attach another pipe with a little bit of clear glass as an attachment point to the very top of the needle or the very end of the needle. And then they'll break it off of the pipe that it's on right now. So they've made that connection. And then pretty much right away they'll apply some water and break that needle off of its original pipe. So from here, this is when they will completely sharpen the end of the needle, pull it out, and finish it off. And yeah, for these pieces of glass, they'll usually have a little bit of clear glass left over on the end of the needle where it's connected to the pipe. And this is something that has to be ground, kind of cut, polished off later on. And this is the cold working process. So they'll work with the glass cold after it's done in the hot shop. All of these pieces had to be attached to a pipe somewhere. And so we have to grind that old connection off. So this kind of small scale work that they're doing with this singular small flame can compare it to flame working or torch working. And the insects that you saw in the gallery, those were made using a table mounted flame and small pieces of glass, probably coming from rods of glass, kind of like these. And yeah, flame working, you can get an incredible level of detail. It's really interesting. So this is basically combining flame working and glass blowing. And this is the thread that they're going to be quite literally threading through the eye of the needle. So they heated up just this single stick of blue glass, threaded it through, and they'll touch it up a little bit more, make it look more organic, more natural. But yeah, the idea is that this is supposed to look like thread sticking out of the needle. All right, so that was our last piece of the day. We just finished. And yeah, once again, that box there, that's the annealer. It's meant to very slowly cool the glass down, so we won't see that piece of glass again until at least tomorrow, more likely up to about a couple of days. Yeah, thanks for sticking around.